love spending time with you. Who succeeded Moses as the leader of the children of Israel? Which of the following is a real name in the Bible? That's not... What type of coin was the woman... What type of coin was the woman's lost coin? Silver. What was David's occupation prior to defeating Goliath? Shepherd. What is the meaning of the word apostle? Oh. There we go. Person sent out. What did the children of Israel call bread? Manna. What did Zacchaeus manage to see? How did Zacchaeus manage to see Jesus? Climbed a tree. Whose dream was interpreted by Joseph? Pharaoh's. Tamar was the daughter-in-law of whom? Judah. King Ahasuerus ruled over which kingdom? Persia. What name means brother of the father? I should have chose Daniel. It's just a guess too, but... That's not what I said. Edit is a name? I don't think so. Hello? There we go. Okay. It was like, no, you can't do this. So, today happens to be April Fool's Day. April 1st, 2025. And I just wanted to tell you all, it definitely snowed. That's not an April Fool's gag. It snowed last night. So, both my husband and the neighbor had to go and take all the snow off the cars. Well, our truck and their car. Thought it was kind of funny. So, you'll notice on Minecraft, I went and switched it to that because that's what it actually looks like. Anyway, please go on Amazon and check out my books. This is the best I can do for the Indian that is on Main Street. And I hope all Indians out there are not offended because I'm sorry, that's the best I can do. I tried. Anyway, there's 6 books. I just read Coral's book. It's pretty good. The biggest word is medicine, and I'm pretty sure a kid cannot read the word medicine, but other than that, it's really easy to read. Oh, adopted Coral. The biggest word in there is medicine, and um, I didn't really think of that. But like, how else can you tell my cat's story? Because her story is that nobody was giving her medicine until someone, me, finally did. So, um, anyway, there's also 5 pirate books. Now, I always recommend going with usually I recommend with going with the first one first and then working your way over. In this case, I actually recommend going with Esperanza's Party first and then uh maybe going back and reading Pirate's Daughter. Um, I like Pirate's Daughter, I like Misfortune, and I like Hard Times. But they're I don't know, they feel like a rough draft rather than a completed thing. On the other hand, Esperanza's Party, The Island, coming eventually will be Lessons in Love and Test in Love. They all feel like, a, the actual thing, not a rough draft. It actually feels like a story to me. So, wrong thing, apparently. Um, anyway, so Pirate's Daughter um, and Misfortune and Hard Times, they're good books, but I personally think that Esperanza's Party and The Island are better. So I always recommend getting those 2 first and then reading the other 3. 'Cause it's kind of like, okay, so it's kind of like when you go and watch Star Wars movies. You know, a lot of people like 4, 5, and 6, so they read 4, 5, and 6. Ew, that didn't work, did it? Anyway, a lot of people like 4, 5, and 6, so they read 4. I mean, so they watch 4, 5, and 6. I said read. I meant watch. Um, so they watch 4, 5, and 6, but then you go back and you watch 1, 2, and 3, and they're good too. I mean, some people think that 1, 2, and 3 are even better, but then on the other hand, there's people that are like, Han shot first, and there's other people that are like, the other guy shot first, and, like the new ones aren't right because, they're not like Star Wars style or something like that. I don't know what their little problem was. Well, I mean, George Lucas went and made some of his stuff even better, and that's when fans got uh, not nice about it. It's like, I think it's his stuff, so he ought to be able to change it. Like, my husband's always telling me, you already wrote that, you shouldn't change it. And it's like, well, if I can make it better, isn't that a good thing? Or like I've noticed in some books there's, a little bit of problems with continuity. Like, one of my favorite books in the whole entire world, the character is named Bess, Bess. And on one of the pages it says Beth, Beth. And I just figured that whoever was writing that book, because, Carolyn Keene's been actually gone for a really long time. But I figured whoever was writing that one had a sister named Beth and, wanted to, give a shout out to her sister. Or she just got confused because Bess isn't really a name, but, you know, the Carolyn Keene peoples made it a thing. Anyway, so like I said, I recommend reading them Esperanza's Party and The Island first, and then the other three. But that's just me. Maybe you'll read those first three books and be like, "Oh, cool. Okay, let's I can't, maybe you'll be like, "Oh, cool. I can't wait until the next book comes out." You know, just because I think it sounds rough draft-ish doesn't mean that you're going to. Um anyway, so my books are Pirate's Daughter, Misfortune, Hard Times, that introduces the captain, her boyfriend, and the first mate. You always have to have a first mate in a in a book about a ship. You always have to have a first mate. Um it just seems to be a thing. I don't actually know, now that I think about it, I don't actually know who the first mate in Treasure Island was, but I'm sure they had one. But I haven't read that book in a really long time, and I really need to get a copy from Amazon. Or that W store if they actually, get some class and have some good books in there. They usually have, okay, so I've noticed with Walmart, they usually have, whatever's newest at the time. So, like, when Obama, um, when he wrote a book, his picture was on the cover with that cheesy smile that shows that he was doing something that he shouldn't have been doing, and that he knows that he shouldn't have been doing it, but he did it anyway and got one over on us. Or at least that's what the smile seems to say to me. It's just, there's something more there. Anyway, and um okay, so I made it to where Morgan, she starts out living in Ireland, and we have her 7th birthday party, and then something happens, and she and her mother have to go live in Australia with her aunt and not blood related aunt or blood related cousin, but with her aunt and cousin. They used to live on ship when they were little. Oh, I was like, what the heck is that noise? I think a snowplow is going down our street. Wow. Speaking of snowplows, for a second here, um, I wish up the street, like up the street, there's a spot where there's a cliff. Well, kind of. Uh, not a cliff, but like the part that leads up to the cliff. There's that on one side if you're driving toward the movie theater. On the right side if you're driving toward the movie theater. And and remember I'm in America, so our steering wheel's on the left side of the car, not the right. So anyway, on the right side there's that, and on the left side you can actually, accidentally drive down the hill and get yourself hurt. So I really wish that on the side that you could get really hurt if there was inclement weather, like say black ice or a slick road after it raining. I really wish there was some K rails up there so you can't actually go over the side. I mean, I don't know of anybody who's ever crashed, but there's a first time for everything. But anyway, okay, so they lived on ship, when they were little. They were all pirates, and they lived on the ship when they were little. So, Morgan just considers Jake her brother. Oh yeah, brother, not cousin. Brother. So, uh, so there's that, and then they moved to California because Morgan's mother, Katie, thought that she was okay. She got remarried, and they had a son, and when he was 4 years old, I think I named one of them Christopher. I don't know. I don't remember what I named the other one. But anyway, they're playing with a ball, just a bouncy ball in the front yard, and you would think a pirate captain or even an ex-pirate captain would have a fence around their yard, but no. And Christopher, the little guy, he goes and runs after the ball when it goes out into the street, and he gets ran over by enemy pirates, oddly enough. And so is the dad, because the dad went running after, you know. So then they end up, Katie finds out something, and they end up, hey! Anyway, Katie finds out about some news, and Morgan ends up going to a high school that is closed campus. It's like one of those colleges on movies, but it's closed campus. You can't go off campus at all. It's got like the high fence, the high metal fences, and they're electrified, and you can only go out by going up these stairs to like a second floor kind of level, and going up and over, and like at the tops, some kind of room to let you out or something like that. Yeah, I mean, like some kind of control room, something like that anyway. And so it ends up that while she's at that school and Katie's off doing something to go with the information that she found out, she gets released from her temporary torture, as she puts it, and gets to go to France, because they're going to go to Ireland the next day, on the ferry. I'm guessing it's only like a hour or two. I don't know. on the ferry. Um, but anyway, they're supposed to go to Ireland the next day to help sell her grandfather's to help sell Morgan's grandfather's house. Well, while she's doing that, she meets Hayden again. Because he left when he was 5 years old. And that's because the night of a storm, he was holding her, to, holding her in a hug to, help her through the storm because she was scared. And, he was comforting her. And he didn't do anything more than that, of course, because he's only 5. And he didn't have more than that on his mind, because when you're 5, you usually don't know that there's more to it than that. Like kisses. But Katie got really, really mad because they fell asleep on that bed. And I don't know why, I don't know why she got mad. I just decided that she got mad. So Hayden and his family moved away to Scotland. And I have no idea what Scotland looks like, except for like on Braveheart, which isn't going to help. So, because I kind of think that Scotland would look, a little like countryside England, where, there's houses and, regular modern houses, but, like scattered throughout the countryside or something. I don't know. I don't know what it really looks like. So I just, like when I talk about that, I just kind of, talk generally. We went over from the dock to the house, and, then we spent the afternoon over there. I didn't say what town we went to. I didn't say how long it took to get there. Any of that. Because I just didn't develop it that much. It's not that important in the specific scene that I'm thinking of, which is much later than what we're talking about. But anyway, so when Hayden sees her for the first time, he's actually talking to a different girl. And she works at Shatana's, which we're not going to discuss because it's pretty much a kids video. I could discuss it on GTA. On a GTA day, I could totally. But anyway, I don't even know if I heard the, if I heard the garbage trucks. They usually come rain or shine. I think. Pretty sure. Anyway, so they start talking, and they end up kissing and having a good 3 days together. But then she has to go back to her house, and he has to go back to his house. Well, when he's in college, she has disappeared. And nobody knows why. And so he starts talking to this other girl. But he's like, he kind of feels like a cheater. Because, he doesn't feel like Morgan's not alive anymore. He feels like she's got to be still alive, but he just doesn't know where she is. There's some guys like Crocodile Dundee on his movies. Mick. He told his friend. His friend's like, how do you know she's even still alive? And he goes, I could feel her here. And he puts his hand over his heart. And, and, he explains that if he even thinks that she might be hurt or not alive anymore, then, you know, his head starts, his thoughts start to scramble and he's going to be no good to her. So he's basically saying, I feel like she's still alive and I got to keep thinking that, otherwise I'm going to screw up and not be able to rescue her. So anyway, Hayden's kind of thinking that too, but he goes out with Stacy. Stacy's important later also. Stacy gets him in some big trouble. But that's a totally different book. Okay, I gotta put on a YouTube video because my screen went black and I forgot about that. Because I had the story on and then I'm like, well, I'm talking to people, so, they're gonna be able to hear that and... Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm, trying to find a video and, yeah, we'll just put that on. I really wish I could get that one. Okay, so I have some videos that are music, and I really wish I could get a couple of them to where, because they're on talent shows. So I really wish I could get, the song without the without the talent show part of it, just, the person singing and that's it. Sometimes. I mean, I love the talent show part of it too, but yeah. Anyway, so they're going to find each other again, but I'll let you read the book to find out, who, what, when, where, why, how, And then Hayden's book, Misfortune, that is pretty much the same story, but told told from Hayden's point of view. So he goes downstairs and he's got a Ferrari or something. He's got some kind of really cool fast car. Bugatti, Ferrari, something like that. I probably upgraded it from a Ferrari to a Bugatti because a Bugatti goes faster. I don't actually know if it's an upgrade. I don't drive stick shift, so if I was going to have any of those cars, it would have to be an automatic, and it probably would make it a lot slower. Because, like, a Bugatti can go 300 something miles per hour, and I think a Ferrari can only go 200 something miles per hour. But it's still really, really fast. And depending on who's behind the wheel, like if I was behind the wheel, that car would only be going 90 miles per hour, no matter what. So depending on who's behind the wheel, that 300 that 300 car might, well, 300 plus car might beat the 200 plus car because it might beat that just because the driver isn't as good. So okay, so there's actually supposed to be doors here, and I put that there so you could like go over here, and I don't exactly know why I did it that way, but that was the idea, is to go through the thing, because it just looks like it's an opening. It doesn't look like it's actually a it doesn't look like it's actually a door. But I think I'm going to put a door in there anyway. Um, so anyway, when it's Hayden's turn, he's getting ready to go off and be the representative for their family to help sell Morgan's uh, grandfather's property. Grandpa's property. I don't usually call him grandfather because, that just, yeah, you're a grandfather, but that just, to me, it seems way too formal. So, like, when it's Sean and Jesse, later in the series, grandfather is the person that well, actually, that analogy doesn't exactly work, but I'll try to explain it the best possible. So, grandfather is Grandpa Pendragon, and he's not very nice, and, he's been a little crazy in the head since his wife died. Um, sometimes he's violent, sometimes he's, nice and talking to you really, like you're a person. It's just weird. And then there's their mom's parents. They're not very nice to them either, but that's just because they think that they're better than a couple of pirates kids. They don't think very much of William, Sean and Jesse's dad, because he's a pirate. It's like the rich people not liking that. Like, okay, like on Dirty Dancing, the dad was a doctor. I guess the mom was a stay-at-home mom. I have no idea because they didn't say if she did anything. Um, but I guess she was a stay-at-home mom. And then there was the two daughters. And it's based on a real story, which I think is really cool. I didn't know that until, the last couple of years, but it's based on a real story. So so, Dad's a doctor and, he's a rich guy. And then there's Patrick Swayze's character, Johnny, who, is basically bouncing from paycheck to paycheck. And the dad's looking on him like, I don't like you because you're a poor guy. It's his Johnny's boss calls them no, Johnny's boss's son or nephew, whatever he is. Um he he looks down on Johnny and says that Johnny and his group are dance people. So anyway, um anyway, Baby, which is actually named Francis, but Baby and Johnny get together and it's a really good movie. And if you haven't watched it, it's called Dirty Dancing. It's a good movie. Anyway, so I was kind of thinking about that probably while I made this. And that and The Outsiders. The Outsiders is a movie, but before that it was a book. And I actually think that they did a really good job trying to match things up. Between the book and the movie. They did a really good job. I really love it. So, I don't know. Okay, I don't know if I like some of the people in there though, because like they should have had more, like a more hood person in there than the one that they chose for Dally, I think. I'm not sure, but I thought Patrick Swayze was perfect for being Derry, and I think it's C. Thomas Howell plays Ponyboy, and that was like a perfect choice. But one of the guys is actually played by Tom Cruise. I bet you nobody knows that because he doesn't look like Tom Cruise from any of his other movies, really, because he had funky looking teeth. It's like Tom Cruise before braces is Outsiders, and Tom Cruise after braces is like Cocktail uh, and Mission Impossible, and I know I'm missing a whole bunch of movies. Far and Away. I actually thought he did really good in Far and Away. It's not one of those movies that I would watch like all the time, but I did like it. Um, they're Irish, I think. Anyway, and one of his I'm pretty sure they're Irish, but they end up in America. And one of my favorite lines in that whole entire movie, and I still think about it sometimes, like just now, um, Joseph loves a Shannon. I don't know why he said Joseph loves a Shannon, because her name's Shannon. Um, but that's how he said it, and I like it. Anyway, so to go back to my books. So he's getting ready to go and go to France to help sell that house in Ireland. Um, I did it that way because there's a, in my head, anyway, there's a really nice hotel in France that Jane happens to like. So these are my stories, and that is so weird because if you look way back there, there's the jack-o'-lantern. Well, the street light is where his nose is, so it either looks like his nose is glowing or something grosser than that. I don't know if grosser's a word. I don't care. I mean, Grosser. I don't know if that's a word. I know that grosser, um, like a person who runs a grocery store, that's Grocer. And that is a word. Um, anyway, so he's getting ready to, he's getting ready to go, and he's told that he cannot take his car. You know what? Let's go to a different file. Something I don't have to pay attention to the file that much, and I can still show stuff off, and it'll look pretty good. Oh, we're watching TV. Cool. If I ever get the chance, I am so going to have, video editing equipment and that I understand enough that I could put a video on there and it'll be something from one of my YouTube videos. No, yeah, let's just walk. Anyway, so he's getting ready and he gets told that he cannot take his car. Like I said, I think it's a Ferrari, but I can't remember. And so his dad ends up dropping him off at the ferry station, or whatever you call it, ferry dock. And somewhere in there, his dad, was saying that Morgan is beneath him, because, they're kind of well off. Yeah, they've got enough as Hayden's dad says it. So anyway, they they go to the dock, and oh, that's something I could do with this one. I just saw that. I could go and put in the water. So I hear that we're supposed to be getting an update to where we can, custom the super flat. So I could have the 72 above, above bedrock, and it'll look great. And, all I have to do is go and rebuild all this stuff. Although I really like the way that I built that house. I haven't been able to figure out how to fix it yet. I mean, not fix it, but make it to where it's finished. Putting in all the rooms and everything. And it just seems like it's very confusing. But one of these days I'll go in there and I'll just, start building rooms again, and I'm building them a little at a time. And anyway, so he's getting ready, and, he gets taken to the dock, and then, he goes over and he sees Stacy first. Wait, was that even Stacy? No, that wasn't Stacy. Stacy's girlfriend. I don't know what her name was. Oh, Jillian, I think. Pretty sure it was Jillian. So anyway, he sees Jillian, and I'm suddenly wondering what the heck that is. Oh, okay. Anyway, so he sees Jillian, and he saw Morgan, so they all get well, he was talking to Jillian first, and then Morgan walked up, and hold on, we can get out first. Okay, so normally I wouldn't have this across there, but I just thought it looked really nice that way, and this way. This is Old Factory Road. This is Oak Street. And McCoy Lane is this dirt road here. And I have to go upstairs, so I'm sorry if they go around the corner and it's not perfect, but yeah, I'll be back and I'll explain more. So I was going, yay! It kept going. And I was like, but it's backwards. So anyway, the three of them do get to talking. And then the fairy's there, so they get out. But Hayden's still talking to Jillian because he can't find a polite way of getting out of the conversation. Morgan goes and walks over to Jane and Jake. That's her brother person. Because I don't know if I said that his name was Jake. Anyway, she walks over to Jane and Jake, and complains that Hayden's, ignoring her for Jillian, and is like, could he even like me? And, could he even like me? What do I got to bring to the relationship? That kind of stuff. Like most girls think. And Jake goes and, cheers her up and adds that, if they weren't practically brother and sister, he'd be right in there trying to date her. And that makes her feel better. So, those are telephone, electrical poles, whatever you want to call them. They don't actually go into the houses yet. But other than that, so anyway, they have the nice 3 days together, and then, like I said, she disappeared. So Hayden's actually saying that he thinks she's dead and gone, and Jason talks him into going and talking to girls at Shatana's after a while. And that's when he meets this one girl. And her name happens to be Morgan. And her story is that she got grabbed by enemy pirates. And she's still very much upset about the experience. So, like, if you say one wrong thing, you're probably going to get your clock cleaned. She's going to punch you. She's going to, hurt you somehow. Well, eventually, he ends up getting kidnapped. They have a party at Shatana's, and he ends up getting kidnapped. And this, I totally skipped a part. Okay, so eventually, they become friends, and Jake gets this call that his uncle is dying, his uncle died and left him the pirate ship. And so it turns out that Katie got crossed off the list because she's missing in action, presumed dead. And Morgan got crossed off the list because she's missing in action and presumed dead. And they couldn't find Michelle. So anyway, Jake was the next person. And so, they couldn't find a whole bunch of people on that list, but anyway, a whole bunch of names have gotten crossed off because they were either confirmed dead or presumed dead and missing in action. Like Morgan's father. Morgan's dad. Anyway, so they go to Ireland, where the ship is, and they get it and they sail it back to France, and, park it in the dock. And um oh, and when they got to France, they were there were six of them. Hayden and Jake found each other in a deli, and they were friends when they were kids, so they pretty much were friends as soon as they refound each other. I mean, and selling the house helped too because they got to buddy around. You know, then so anyway, they found Mitch and Jason and Josh and Peter. Josh and Peter just wanted to go to college somewhere that wasn't in Montana. And Mitch, his parents used to live in France, moved to New York, and then moved back again, and he stayed there. He stayed there when they went back to New York. So, and Jason, his dad, just he like dates this girl and marries her, and then maybe he didn't even marry her, but anyway, and then chases this girl over here and chases that girl over there, and he just decided to stay in France. Something like that. So, anyway, they have that party at Shatana's, and then after the party, Hayden is happy, really, really happy, high as a kite, happy. Not, he's not on drugs or like necessarily drunk anymore. Well, there's gonna be a house up here somewhere. Anyway, but he's not thinking as good as he usually does. Like he still is drunk. So he decides to walk home instead of spending the night with Morgan at Shatana's. And that turns out to be a big mistake because he gets to the corner, he sees a limo across the street blocking his path. So he's like, instead of crossing the street and going toward the right to get to his apartment that's on that left side of the street, instead of doing that, he's going to go over, go down to the other corner and, cross the street there and then make the left when he needs to get to his apartment. Well, that didn't work that way because whoever's in that limo got out and grabbed him. So then Morgan's really upset. She's like, we got to get him back. And they finally come up with a plan, and you'll just have to read the book to find out what happens. But anyway, so each book gets the character from whatever they were doing in their teenage years to to the ship. And William's story. Yeah, okay, so what happened? Yeah, I can't say that unless yeah. Anyway, okay, so William's story is he's governor of New York's son. And he's 11 years old, and his his family is, pretty good. It's got the dad, it's got the mom, and, the mom's ailing, but at least she's still alive. And he doesn't necessarily do that great in school, like probably a C average. Maybe getting some B's in there, but like never an A. Never ever an A. But, mostly C's. Um, it's not because it's not because he's not smart or anything. It's just because he's like not applying himself. He's not giving it enough effort. So, they're having a party, a hey, vote for me party at the governor's mansion, and he sees this girl, and he wants to get to know that girl. So, he goes in and makes friends with the girl. Well, no, he went in and talked to his mom and asked if he knew the girl's name, and she didn't, because, how many people can you meet when you're stuck in a bedroom all day because you're ailing. So the girl happens to come upstairs and happens to need the use of a bathroom, and the girl has a dress in her hand, but I mean, she's wearing a dress, but it's like, cute little green dress with smiley faces on it or something like that. And she goes and exchanges it for this other dress, and she leaves the other one behind. That, fits her a lot better because the other one was loose fitting. Fits her a lot better, and William totally notices. And the girl only tells the mom her name because she decides, or she tells William that if a boy wants to, get to know her better, he's got to figure out her name. So it turns out that his mom passes away, and his dad gets meaner, and so does his nanny. He's got a mafia boss minion, or maybe a mafia boss leader. Not like the head guy, but like the second in charge guy. He's got that as his nanny, but he didn't know that at the time. Until his mom died. And then like his dad is, like, blah, blah, blah. William did really good in school on, a school project, and he's like gushing, "Look, Dad, I got an A." He's like really happy about that. Well, his dad ends up telling him, "William, shut up." And William's upset about that. So then later something happened, and the nanny, Sam, he like punched William or something like that. Anyway, so he went and packed a bag and ran away to his friend's house. And this is like big farmland kind of areas, not farmland, but that big expanse of distance. But he ran away to his friend's house, and his friend thought that was a little weird, a little suspicious. So he goes and locks him in this one room, and they called his dad, and the dad and Sam went and collected William, and then he goes and runs away again and again. He even ran away to go live with a police officer for a little while. One of those young police officers, 21, 22 years old, something like that. And that turned out to be a very bad thing. Anyway, so eventually he's 21. He goes and runs away to Shatana's, and he's having a pretty good time working there. And it's the kind of place where you live in and work at the same time. And it's about all I can say about it. I could say more stuff about it, but of course I'm not going to. Anyway, and it ends up that on the day of the party, he gets taken back. So then later, they have to go and rescue him. And somewhere in there, he meets that girl again. And he still doesn't know what her name is. He's trying to figure it out. He really is. And Morgan even gave him a hint. Or Michelle did. Yeah, Michelle gave him a hint. And so they go to, Morgan has put in her, she owns Shatana's, so she tells everybody that she's gonna be not owner-operator, she's just gonna be the owner now. And she gets, like, 10% or, she gets some kind of percentage of whatever anybody makes there. It'll make sense when you read the book. Anyway, she gets a percentage of that, so she doesn't have to worry about money at all, because they got 3 floors worth of people. Anyway, they got 3 floors worth of people to make money from. So they go, they end up going over to rescue William from his dad's house. And then they have to go back and rescue Hayden. If I remember correctly. So yeah, it's like, action-packed books, but I can't remember every little detail, and I kind of wish I did, but then there's Esperanza's party, which I remember a lot better. So they are on summer vacation, and I didn't think about that at the time, because if it's summer here, it is actually winter in Australia. And I don't know if that means that it's cold like it is here and it could snow and all that stuff, or if it just means that it's colder than like when it's summer. I don't know what the details are. I know that when I was about 12, I think I was 12, I had a pen pal named Sharon, and she said that they went surfing on Christmas. I thought that was so weird. They actually went surfing on Christmas. So, anyway, I didn't think about that at the time. So, like, when I'm writing my books, it's pretty much, it's summer in Ireland, so it's summer all over the world. It doesn't exactly work. But I mean, like for reality, it doesn't exactly work. But um, but they have a meeting. They have a meeting at the beginning of the book. What should we do this summer? And I couldn't really think of anything. Oh my goodness, there's like so many places that you could go. Like, they could go to Shanghai Disneyland. They could go to or Shanghai Disney. Excuse me. Sorry. They could go to what? That was weird. Okay, so I got a bunch of songs in my watch later list, and I love them to pieces. Oh wait, no, it was Queen of Argyle. Uh, Queen of Argyle by Minstrels of Mayhem. Um, it said something went wrong, and I'm like, it should just go to the next thing. Unless something in my list has been pulled. That could be. Anyway, so they're having a meeting and they decide that they're gonna go to the party and they'll go to New York. Um, because there's shopping and there's Broadway and a whole bunch of stuff that they could do. They don't do most of that stuff. I assumed that there was a place to go ice skating. Um, I don't know if there's actually a place to go ice skating, but I just assumed. Because usually during the winter there is. It's like an outdoor rink. And I think it's by that big Christmas tree in Rockefeller Center, question mark. But I decided that there was a indoor ice rink too. Anyway, because so they go to the party on Esperanza's Island, and Ashley and Chantel have finally decided they like Sean and Jesse, and they want to turn on the charm. So maybe Sean and Jesse will dance with them, and maybe decide to be boyfriend and girlfriend. Well, they got dressed and everything, but then they're like, oh dang, we need uh Mom and Aunt Michelle because we don't know how to put our makeup on any lighter than we have, and the guys don't really like makeup. So they called Morgan and Michelle and explained and everything, and yeah, so they finally got their makeup on just so, and because I think Chantel had a stress pimple. Well, they finally end up on the island, and they made sure that Jonah and Craig, I think it is. Yeah, we'll just go with Jonah and Craig. Anyway, they made sure that Jonah and Craig rode them to shore instead of any of the others, like Sean and Jesse, because, they didn't want Sean and Jesse to see them yet. And like one of the groups was a couple of the dads, and of course they would tell them to go back and change into something better. I mean, something more dressed. And Zach would try to grab them for himself, stuff like that. So they walk over to the dance floor. Sean and Jesse, they're twins. They're dancing with a set of twins that just happens to be Esperanza's daughters. Yeah, if you're saying that none of these trees or most of these trees would not be in Ireland, I don't really care. I thought that was like really cool that we could have different trees. So that's the movie theater. One of those two is the soda fountain. The other one's the burger joint. That one's the store that we don't talk about on stream. That's a hotel. That's the parking garage for the hotel. The bank. I mean, this whole side of the street looks like that, so. Post office. Swimsuit store that is called If the Suit Fits. The preschool. The elementary school. This blue thing here. Anyway, so to get the boys' attention and chase off the two girls. But one of the two girls is Elena. She was the one dancing with Sean, and she's not happy that Sean got taken away. And then the community center, I try to make that as realistic as possible. That is a really long building. And I made it from memory, so it may be a lot longer than it actually is, but yeah. This part of the building right here is the most important because there is a wine tasting there. And actually the doors are a lot bigger than what is being shown right there. It's got like big old barn doors. You know, that, they open to the left and the right. Big old barn doors. But I didn't build those. And this is the middle school. Or junior high, whatever you want to call it. It's based off of my school in... Well, the address was in Suisun, California, but I think the building was technically in Fairfield. I don't know. Because it was on this side of the railroad tracks instead of that side, so. Oh, Banana Split Ice Cream Shop, the hardware store, the bookstore, and the fancy restaurant. Yes, that is what I called it, the fancy restaurant. This is the TV station. That's important because something happens and... Oh, that goes with the community center thing. And then this is the high school. It's not entirely done yet, but it's pretty close. It's just some things, like, not the tennis courts, baseball diamonds and the basketball courts and the numbers you sit on and, stuff like that. Or stand on. Depends. Oh, okay, so it's 11 already. Wow. So I started streaming, like, way this morning. Woke up at 6:30, something like that, and just couldn't sleep anymore. So it's not usual for me to not be able to do that, but it's okay. See, like this is supposed to be like agricultural classrooms, like taking care of like the sheep and the cows and stuff. That would be classrooms over here, and like a locker room thing for the uh like the other side is for the home team, the one that goes to school at this high school, and then the locker room over here would be for the away team. So like this is based on Fairfield High School in Fairfield, California. And so like that would be the Fairfield side, and this would be the Armio side. Because Armio was the other high school in town. They had a lot of rivalries when, a lot of like arguments when I went to school. Anyway, and this is the parking lot. I don't actually think it stretches that long, but I know it did have a lot of parking slots. And the tennis courts and the ROTC classroom, 2 art classrooms, and then I guess I haven't built uh the shop classroom. I did build the swimming pool, and you can literally all the way down. I wasn't going to do this. I really wasn't. Anyway, then you come out and you're dripping wet, but whatever. And then this is the gym. Oh no, that's the band room. Room where you can learn music. Oh, the portables on this side, portables on that side. I could probably build more portables over here if I wanted to. I would have to totally move this bathroom if I did, so I don't know. Then regular stick-built classrooms. Are they all done? Oh, no. They don't have chairs. Or desks. It's because I have an add-on, and the chairs are very annoying. Lockers. Okay, so I am short, and I had like a locker up here. And then I put something in my locker, and then I couldn't find it. So I assumed that the other person took it, and I don't think I ever found it. I just took my backpack the rest of the time. One of these two is Johnny, and oh, this is John. Yeah, I think this is Johnny, and that is Ashley. Because we don't have a Alex head. Oh, and the quad, the table that they sit out for lunch. And somewhere over here is the library and the office, like when you need to go see the nurse or you're tardy for first period or something like that. Tardy means late in this case. Stuff like that. I love that. They just come on automatically. It's really cool. I used to have to go and turn them all on, and that just was not fun. So I really like this daylight sensor thing. Um, so anyway, they're dancing with the two girls, and Ashley and Chantel shoo them away, and Alana, who was dancing with Jesse, goes and finds her boyfriend. I don't know why this is going so slow. It was going a lot faster earlier. Anyway, Alana goes and finds her boyfriend, and they go out on a date. Sean and Ashley end up going out into the woods to kiss, and Jesse and Chantel end up going out to the woods to kiss. 3 different spots, and turns out that Jonah and Zach found a date for the night each, and they went out into the woods too. And anyway, so they all came back. They're all very, very tired, and had lots of fun and everything, kissing. And that is when Morgan runs up. Sean's just about to row the last boat away, and that's when Morgan tells him to stop the boat, and she takes Ashley out, and they walk back over to Esperanza's house after she orders Sean to come too. After he drops everybody off, but make sure that he has Brandon with him, so he's got 2 rowers. Or maybe that was later. Anyway, whatever. So Sean does row back, and he walks up to Esperanza's house too, and he sits. It's one of those table with the bench on either side. They're all connected. He sits on the one facing toward the building, so he's on the pirate side, and then Esperanza and her daughter Elena, the one that was dancing with Sean, they're on the side facing toward the pathway to get there, away from the house. So Elena goes, "Have you decided you like her better than me?" And Sean explains that he doesn't like either one of them better, and they could fight, but then they'd mess up the clothes that he likes looking at so much. And anyway, Sean ends up getting taken into the house, and the pirates get turned away because Elena and Alana have 3 uncles, and they are usually drunk. And they're also, gun-toting, knife-toting. So I gotta come up with a really good threat for a prequel book. Basically, Morgan, Hayden, and Williams' books are like prequels at the moment. Like the main event is Esperanza's party, the island, and all the other books. It wasn't going to be that way, but I can't I used to not have a computer. Like when I was, say, back in high school. I didn't have my own computer, so I couldn't write down all my ideas. I didn't always have a pen and paper, and I don't have the best memory. So, I can't remember all the adventures that they had, but they kept ending up on Jonathan's ship, where Jonathan was trying to kiss Morgan, and Morgan didn't have the courage to, like, punch him in the face and say no because of that time that she disappeared. So, yeah. Anyway, so he gets taken into the house. He gets tied to Esperanza's bed, and the next day he gets fed in a adult-sized wooden high chair by Alana. But that night, Morgan and her crew come back, just the guys and Ashley, but and not Jesse, or not Jesse and Brandon, because they weren't allowed to come. Really? It took that long, huh? My speaker turns itself off if it hasn't been used in a while. It's okay though, it's plugged in. This is a building in Carson City, Nevada, and I built it as best I could. It just looked like a great town hall building. There's supposed to be a DMV and a pizza place and, um, oh, an Australian restaurant. I totally forgot about that one. This is a cemetery so far, but it's really tiny. And this feels like it should be a jail, because that's what it feels like when you work there. It's the W store. Okay, so that's the McDonald's play place, and that's McDonald's. I don't actually eat there, but I've got very fond memories of me and my daughter eating there when she was little. Well, I ate there. She tried to avoid eating. She was at that stage. But it was really cute because one time they had a bench just on the other side of the wall from McDonald's, and not a paid advertisement for McDonald's, by the way, or the W store. If I mention it, okay, if I mention any, like Disneyland even, if I mention any of that stuff, it's not a paid advertisement. I really wish Disney would pay me to advertise their stuff, because I would, but not to say that I agree with all their policies, because right now I am definitely on the I hate reservations side, because I hear that even if you have tickets, it doesn't matter. If you don't got that reservation, you're not getting in. That could totally ruin your vacation and make you not ever want to go to Disneyland again. Anyway. Then the island, I'm skipping over, the rest of what happens. I want you to read for yourself. And then in the island, they're going home, and they spend some time in New York, and then on their way home, Sean and Jesse get really bored, but Ashley and Chantel can't do anything with them at that moment because they're, making plans for when they do spend time with Sean and Jesse. So they decide to put on a knife juggling show on deck. And Ashley and Chantel end up going there, and Sean and Jesse's younger brother Brandon, and Ashley and Chantel's younger sister Allison, and all of the 17 and under people are there, except for probably the babies. Now that I think about it. But anyway, all of the ones that can walk and talk and think for themselves are there, and the parents are happy to have the kids out of the house, so to speak. Well, they're doing the knife show, and they, the audience is going, ooh, ah, and they get really, really worried when Sean's juggling knives up and down, just like Jesse, and suddenly throws one to Jesse. Stuff like that. But then all of a sudden the ship comes to a halt. It just stops in the middle of the water, and they're wondering why. Well, it turns out, all of the knives fell to the deck floor, and they look over the edge. It turns out it was a sandbar, which is basically land made out of sand under the water. I mean, it maybe sticks out a little bit, but, it's enough to stop the ship, but, like, you could probably walk on it and not get your feet very wet. Anyway, so it was just enough to stop the ship. I really need to fix that. Unless that's what it was supposed to look like. I'll have to look at the picture again. Anyway, so you know what? I went and took a picture. All I had to do was bring it up on Google. I went and did not build that for the longest time because I'm like, I need a picture of it, and I need to take the picture because, then it'll be perfect. And I think I did bring up Google. I don't know. Maybe I went and took like 3 different pictures, one from the left, one from the right, and one from in front of it. I don't know. Anyway, so they find out it's a sandbar, and, Sean and Jesse start looking out at this island. And Morgan and William come up and say, what the heck's going on here? And why are there no windows on that building? Except for right there. Oh, and this is a pizza place. Oh, that's a bowling alley. That's the dentist's office. That is the grocery store. the birdie part of the fancy restaurant, but I figured that the pizza parlor would like to look at the birds too, so. So, Sean and Jesse asked for permission to go exploring. They go exploring, and there's all these really big trees, like 6 foot wide trees. And yeah, there's nothing in any of these buildings except for lights in the bookstore, apparently. And only some of them. Oh, this one's got the counter, and it's always got glass up there, so there's like so there's like the illusion of those are the big barrels of ice cream, and you just gotta get the ice cream. But there's always glass there, so you can't like breathe down the ice cream and somebody go, "Ew, it's contaminated," something like that. Or like if you're like me, my nose tends to run when it's cold outside. You can't get that kind of stuff in the ice cream either. Or get mad at, say, Baskin Robbins and, spit in the food. Anyway, so they get permission, and like I said, there's all those big trees. So each big tree, Jesse goes on the left, Sean goes on the right, and Jesse doesn't come out on the other side. Sean goes and turns around and tries to figure out what's going on, and Jesse jumps out from the tree and goes, "Boo!" And, of course he says it nice and loud like a guy would. But, he does that for like 6 trees, and then the next tree, it happens again. But he was going to go, well, this building's got something in it. Not very much, but this is the spot where you go up, say, I want to check out this book. Those are bathrooms. And it's got stairs, and it needs to be finished. And it's got bathrooms up here too. So it's not like this whole building is based on the Fairfield, California library, but there's more bathrooms because, I always thought there needed to be more bathrooms. There was only bathrooms in like just after you stepped in at the library. And then there's bathrooms like not right here where I have them, but like a little bit down the hall. Like they would have been like right here. And it was really annoying because like we would walk from my grandma's house or our house. Anyway, we would walk from way over there. Not totally way over there, but it seems way over there, for a kid. And we'd be walking into this building. I'm gonna have to fly. So we'd walk into this building, and I'd be like, I need to go. There's nothing else down this street. There was houses across the street, And I think there was like instead of a school, there was a some kind of uh business building here, and no bathroom. So we end up going here and hoping that we could hold it because there was no bathroom until I'll just leave the doors open. Way down here. It was really annoying. But it's probably still like that now. Anyway, so and then sometimes we didn't stop at this bathroom because that wasn't the best bathroom in the world. And we'd go over to this one, but by that time I really had to go, kind of thing. But yeah, okay, so this one is important because, like I said, the reason why this is wooden is because this is two doors. It opens up here and ends up back, folding in so it can be secured against the wall. And then this ends up, opening here, secured against the wall. Anyway, so there's a wine tasting contest. There's going to be tables here eventually because this is the only thing that I have planned for this room. And there's a bench over here somewhere and some benches back here. Although I remember one of the bathrooms being over here, but there isn't a bathroom over here. There's just this one. So anyway, Sean ends up going in here, does what he needs to do, washes his hands, and while he's drying them, he feels a little pain in his neck and he passes out. So the bad guy drags him out of the bathroom, takes him down the hall. This isn't a book that's published yet. It's going to be. Anyway, drags him down the hall and out into here and puts him right here. Then, later that night, he comes all the way back. Or, no. No, because he didn't get there yet. Okay, so anyway, he comes back here to Sean and takes him to... Wait, he would have had to, yeah. So, okay. So, the bad guy gets, Ashley was pregnant with 6 babies at that time. She drives home somehow because she doesn't fit behind the wheel, but she drives home somehow, and the bad guy meets up with her there. But William and Hayden just figure he's too drunk to be a nice guy and get him a hotel room for the night on the 3rd floor, room 323, I think it was. And the bad guy is on 4 or 5, can't remember. But yeah, the bad guy was staying there before that. So the bad guy's either on 4 or 5, I can't remember which. And so he goes and puts Sean in room 323 and gives him another needle prick thing, and he's out for the night yet again. Well, then Sean wakes up in his room and he's like, he doesn't quite understand why he's there or anything like that. And watches the news and he's like watching this like it's somebody else having done it, and he even sees himself get really angry with Ashley and shake her, and he was talking to 5 girls all named Ashley. Well, it turns out that they weren't all named Ashley. They didn't even all have, I mean, they even all had different last names. Like one of them was Beverly and one of them was Karen or something like that, probably. Um, and the answer came from the most unlikely place, too. Danny McAndrews, who has always tried to get Ashley to like him instead. But he's always asked for too much. He asked, well, he didn't even ask for her kiss. He just, like, tried to take it. So, anyway, no, that was his brother in that one part, but anyway, I'm sure Danny has done that too. Yeah, so one of these days I really need to put in the floor. Since I don't have that color right now, I keep avoiding it. It's here somewhere. Anyway, anyway, that's a good book. It probably needs some fine tuning, but it's a good book. Oh yeah, this one's pretty cool because it's even got ATMs. See, that's an ATM. And it's got no floor too. Yep, it's got no floor. I'm surprised I'm not getting, sheep and cows and stuff in there. So, what else? Yeah, so I found out that except for Adopted Coral being a totally black and white book, except for it's a totally black and white book except for the cover. It's a little dark, but it's actually a really cute book. And I still haven't made the video where I'm reading the book. I wrote it, so I should not get in trouble for it, and if I do, I'm getting salty about it. Anyway, it's a cute book. The only problem with me, like, recreating it so it's not so dark is that I don't know if I have any of those pictures. I know I've got a lot of pictures, but I just don't know if I have any of the pictures that I have in that book. And some of them are very precious. Like one of a kind. You'll never find them again. pictures of my cats, and then, some of the other ones are like, I could recreate that anytime. Or replace it with an even cuter picture. I'd rather the ones that I actually have in the book, though. But yeah, it's a children's book, so like I think kids would really like it, especially if they like cats. I don't have any dogs, so I can't make so I can't make a book about that. But it's cute. Each page has a picture on it, of my cats, and I don't think the names of all three of my cats are in that book, though. And that's something I'm like sitting here going, huh? Why wouldn't I do that? But other than that, it's a great book. I was reading it yesterday to my cat Ben, and he kept looking at me like, why are you reading to me? They love stories. Both of my cats, they love stories. I'm not sure if, I'm saying both because both my boys, I know, love stories. But I don't know if Bobby does. Okay, this is the burger joint. So it's Red Robin, it's Burger King, it's McDonald's, it's Carl's Jr., whatever your favorite burger joint is. It could be Mel's Diner. Whatever your favorite burger joint is, this is it. Hardee's. Hardee's is Carl's Jr. for the East Coast, I think. This, on the other hand, is the soda fountain. So it's like that scene on the movie The Music Man. The movie The Music Man with Robert Preston and Shirley Jones. They go into the one shop, and they also got ice cream there, though. But this is just for drinks. Like you go in there and you can get an ice cold root beer. You could get a strawberry phosphate, whatever the heck that is. You might even be able to get brisk iced tea to drink while you're doing your homework, something like that. Not a paid advertisement for them either, just so everybody knows. But I do love their iced tea. I love it as a soda fountain even better than I do out of the bottle, and I wish that North Carson Walmart had a bottle of it yesterday, because I would have bought it. And I wish we had more money, because we need... okay, so I make this recipe is the chicken rice-a-roni, and I go and make that up like the instructions say. But after I've made sure it's boiling, I go and put in frozen mixed vegetables, olives, and baby corn. And my husband puts cheese in it too. Okay, we got a problem here. Okay. Oh, this is Cheyenne. I never knew her last name, but she probably wouldn't want me to put her last name on there anyway, so that's okay. But that's Cheyenne. Um, oh, apparently we put the concession stand over here. We put the stairs to the balconies and the projection room over here. Or, no, this goes to the projection room. There is to go to the balcony. See, I didn't think of that when I was putting this together, and then I was like, I need to put... Okay. How do you get to the balcony then? That's the bathroom. How do you get to the balcony? That's Scott's office. That's the room next to Scott's office that would have all the stuff in it. Maybe it is up those stairs. No. Huh. Oh. Okay, this goes up to this balcony. Is this the only room with a balcony? That could be. Okay, so then this is lessons or test and love. I wasn't sure which. Oh, okay. Okay, so this is Sean. And I don't have any heads right now. So, anyway, this is Sean. This is the bad guy. This is the bad guy. Adam is right about here. Sean's grandparents are like back here. And then there's some other people scattered in these chairs, but there's only like maybe 10 people in all back here. And then Ben in the pilot seat, which you can't see from this angle, but anyway, Ben from the pilot seat, and the bad guy is holding his gun on Ben. Because Sean is trying to get rid of Adam. Now, I want to go and try something. I can't remember if it works or not. Huh. Okay, so I flipped the switch. Wait, I flipped the switch. Okay, so it's all dark. It's all dark, is what I was trying to show you. And then... and it's supposed to all be light, but it isn't. I'll have to come back and fix that. Okay. Anyway, so we're going to continue our tour, if I can find my car, while I do the outro, because we've only got 7 more minutes left. Okay, so I'm working on the book The Island, and I don't want to tell too much because I don't want to tell too much because if I do, then you'll know what happens next. And maybe you won't want to read the book because I'll have already showed you what happens. But I'm hoping you would because, some people can read a book and, that's where they're happiest. Some people can listen to a book and that's where they're happiest. And, I could, and some people are like, to get them started on the whole idea of reading the book, they need a teaser like I'm giving right now. But I'm not very good at that. I am not good at self promotion on my books. I just sound like I am like, buy my books, buy my books, buy my books. I'm just not good at it. I try to be, but I'm not. Oh. Okay, so that orange store back there is supposed to be the store where you get tractors and chickens and maybe some tools and trailers and stuff. Like a Tractor Supply that I'm not getting paid to advertise. I really need to put a person in here. Yeah, I'm all full. Okay. So now that I'm thinking about this, now that I'm thinking about those houses over there, I'm like, usually the military goes for, everything's the same. Like if Soldier A has a green uniform because he's in the army, and Soldier B is also in the army, he's gonna have a green, a green military outfit, just like Soldier A, because they're both in the same outfit and everything. Everything's gotta be the same uniform. But if you notice, all those houses back there are the same. Well, some of them aren't finished, especially that one with just a TV. But some of them aren't finished, but they're all the same. And then there's like the officer houses or something like that, which do not look the same at all. And I guess some of my inspiration from TSMC-Minecraft. So if you're ever stuck on something to build, he's most likely got something for it. Unless you're building like a medieval building. I haven't seen him build any of those. He usually builds, like houses and Burger King and schools and like the local gym where you go and work out, stuff like that. So a lot of modern stuff. Yeah, so I build things 8 high, and TSMC actually builds stuff a lot shorter. He builds it to where your Minecraft character can walk around. But I get claustrophobic, and if my character has the ceiling too close, you know, like my imagination takes over and they're sitting in the room with the too close ceiling, and then I'm like, this is not feeling okay. So, if you remember that movie theater that we went in a little while ago, oh, this is that same airplane. Like I said, Adam was right about there. Or was he right here? No, maybe Adam was right here. Anyway, with his duffel bag right there. And then Sean and Jesse's grandparents are here or here. And there's some other guys. So Sean is being held right here. He's tied up, can't move. And there's a bad guy here and a bad guy here in that scene. And then, like I said, head bad guy here. And then Ben, he usually flies for the United States military, is right here. But since this is Ireland, I decided that the hangar needed to be green. And for some reason, I decided that gray doors were a good thing. This is a runway that is the air traffic control tower. You might hear me call it the Buzz the Tower. A couple of buildings. I mean, a couple of vehicles. That's a helicopter. And that's like a cargo van. A cargo truck. Whatever. And then those over there are the barracks where the soldiers that aren't married sleep. Actually, they might be for ones where the soldiers are married because, you know, like their loved one isn't with them on the base. These are showers. They actually do work because that's part of my add-on. These are bunk beds. I don't know, the bed looks more comfortable than the bunk bed, but oh well. Potties and sinks, potties and sinks, potties and sinks. And then eventually back to reality. That used to be one of the lines on or yeah, words to the effect used to be a line on the Jungle Cruise at Disneyland. You know, it was something like, and now for the scariest part of all, back to civilization. Okay, so I think my sister's giving me hints that Dreamlight Valley might have a something to do today. We'll see if she texts back. So I usually play on Wednesday, but, you know, today's April Fool's Day. So if it's April Fool's Day, then 2025, by the way. I know I said that earlier in the video, but I want to make sure everybody knows. It is April 1st, 2025. And it was snowing today. It was kind of like God was getting into the spirit of things and said, oh, you thought it was spring? April Fool! Because it snowed. Actually, I like the snow. The snow's cool. I don't like the ice underneath, but I like the snow. Okay, so we'll have to go on there in the next stream and see if there's anything that they're doing special for today. Okay, so it's unconfirmed. If I make another video today, you'll know that there was something to do. Or that I just went on there for fun. But, you'll find out in the stream if I go on there. I probably will, though, just to make sure, because I don't want to miss out on anything. What if it's a one-day event and they didn't advertise it because, they wanted to see how many people would go on? Something like that. I don't know. Why? My sister said that would suck. I'm like, why? I think that would be cool. Like maybe. I'm floating rumors here. Maybe it's like you go on today and you get Alice and the White Rabbit and well, we know Cheshire Cat is definitely confirmed, but like maybe you get the Alice in Wonderland characters if you go on today, and you have to wait until it actually comes out if you don't. I don't know. We know Cheshire Cat is confirmed, but want I want to say that they'd bring out Alice as well, but you never know. Because, like, they brought out Jafar way before they brought out Aladdin and Jasmine. And, who else did they bring? There was another one where they brought out the supporting characters before they brought out the important one. I can't think of who, though. Oh, okay, they brought out Fairy Godmother and still have not brought Cinderella. And Fairy Godmother was a very minor character in that one, if you think about it. They brought out Mother Gothel way before they brought out Rapunzel and Flynn. What's up with them bringing... Okay, what is up with them bringing Rapunzel... I mean, Mother Gothel in Dreamlight Valley, and then Rapunzel in Eternity Isle, and then Flynn in Storybook Vale. They split them all up. So, my niece on her channel goes and, my sister manages her channel for this, but they post, like taste test videos and, quizzes for movies and, and um and Bible trivia and like dancing or going to the carnival or stuff like that, you know. And no video game videos because they don't because my niece and nephew don't want to do video game videos. Everybody does video game videos, but they don't want to do them. But on my sister's channel, they do. So, or I mean, she does. So, they're gonna do a My Girl video soon. I know that my niece and nephew's channel is Kate and Caleb Smiley. And I think my sister's channel has something to do with Baby Doll. I can't remember right now. But anyway, and it wouldn't be a stream without getting interrupted. Hello? By my telephone. Okay. I hope they're not using my voice to scam somebody. That would suck. So these are going to be apartments, but I'm like, building them just, doesn't seem to be being built correctly. It's not working the way I want it to. So I may have to go, like, on, like a behind Walmart thing and actually build the apartments the way I want to. Because it's supposed to be that there's a row of, there's a short row of apartments, 4 or 5 of them, and then you go around the corner and there's like a short row of 4 or 5 of them, and then you go around the corner and there's a short row of 4 or 5 of them, and they go in a square. But then across the street from those are another set of apartments, and anyway, and then there's another row, but I've got to think it out, the way that I meant it to be in the story. Small problem is that, like, it goes in kind of a circular pattern a little bit, and of course you can't do circles in Minecraft, so I gotta, I just gotta think it out right. Because there's one scene where... Do I have the tree? Oh, I have a tree. There's one scene where the one person living in that apartment complex is packing their stuff into the trailer, and then they see the other they see their friend, and they're going to the same place that the person that I'm talking about is going to, and they're both moving into the same place that isn't the apartments. Because I appreciate apartments, but I don't like living in them. Because you, like, feel that you can't... you feel like if you wanted to paint the one living room wall pink and, another one light blue and the next one yellow and the next one baby green, that you can't do that because you don't own, you don't own your place. And you feel like if you make too much noise, somebody's going to yell at you. And in the one apartment that we lived on the second floor. It felt like the floor was going to cave in. But now we're in a condo. I call it I call it our house. And it's great. Oh, and I found out I was being really stupid. Okay, so like 3 nights ago, I swear it was not that cold in the house. It was fine. But the last 2 nights, it's been really cold. Or maybe it was 4 nights ago, and then the last 3 nights it's been really cold. Something like that. Anyway, so I could have put on my electric fireplace this whole time. I mean, so we haven't had a battery for the thermostat for like a week because it just died all of a sudden about a week ago. And so we're like, well, we don't have enough money to get the battery. And, it literally went out like the day after payday. So like on a Friday. And it went out, and we don't have we didn't have the money to replace it. And it turns out that GameStop quit carrying regular batteries. It's still got the controller batteries, but they don't have regular batteries. We didn't realize that until we went over to GameStop, and we're like, oh man, because we would have used a credit card, it would have been all good, and we wouldn't have had to go to Walmart at all. But we ended up going over there for groceries. So, but yeah, okay. So we went to the South Carson Walmart with a gift card that my husband had for Walmart. And then I'm like, okay, well, I want my book. I really wanted it. But if I had gotten it yesterday, I would have had to sign up for the Prime again. And I didn't know if they were going to really actually give me the free on the shipping, because I already had it. I've already had free before, so I didn't know if they're going to charge me or if they were going to, do it for free, like they said they were going to. So I ended up getting it was $23. So weird. But I ended up getting the $23 gift card, and we ended up going to the North Carson Walmart because that's where my tea was last time. But no, they dropped the ball. They didn't have tea. Or Pepsi dropped the ball, my husband says. Because Pepsi is the one that has the contract with Brisk Tea. And anyway, one of them dropped the ball because the store doesn't have any of the flavor that I wanted. I like raspberry tea, and that's what I wanted. I didn't want strawberry kiwi or whatever the heck it was. It might have been strawberry lemonade. I don't know. But whatever it was, it was tea, but, strawberry something. And I'm like, no, that's not what I want. I want raspberry. And so we're going to have to wait until next time. Hopefully they'll have it on Thursday. Because I'm going to insist that we get like 4 things of mixed vegetables so we have enough so I can make up my recipe. Okay, so let's say this part now, because this is pretty much me rambling, so I can tell you about my books oh, and like, share, comment, subscribe, notification bell if you're watching me on YouTube right now. And doesn't look like anybody's watching me on Twitch. It says 1 viewer, but I don't know if that's counting me or if that's somebody else. If it's somebody else, hi! And if it isn't somebody else, then... but that's okay. Anyway, if you're watching me on Twitch right now, please follow and chat. Chat. I need, on average, 3 chatters. So that means I need, on average, 3 viewers. I don't care if you actually watch my stream, just as long as it's on your screen long enough to count as on average 3 viewers. Maybe say hi every 5 minutes or something, so it looks like there's 3 chatters. I mean, I would like it if people would watch my stream, but it's not always that interesting, so. But earlier, I was doing Roblox, and I was doing Backgammon, and I did a little bit of Zoo Tycoon. I didn't really feel like playing it today, so I, collected a bunch of garbage from the garbage cans, and then went back and saved it, I hope, and, called it a day. So, and we went on 2 different things of Minecraft. Yeah. So I hope you're having a great day. Know that you are enough. You are important. You do matter. There's nothing you cannot solve or handle. Even work in school. And that surprise weather storm that we got today. I was worried that one of my husband's managers wasn't going to be able to make it into work today. But like the manager that he likes is in another state right now, and then the one that would be left over, he was saying that she probably wasn't going to be here today. I mean, be there for work, because she lives on a hill. Snow and hills don't mix. Well, if she lives on the hill, she could probably get down real easily, but then he'd have to drop her off afterwards, probably, and then that doesn't work, because then he has to go and pick her up the next morning. Because we've got a truck, and our truck usually works pretty good in the snow. Oh, and just so everybody knows, there is a singer named Dan Vasc, I think it says VASC. Anyway, he's supposed to be a heavy metal singer, but he sings other stuff really good too, like "Oh Holy Night" and "Amazing Grace." Although I think it was "Oh Holy Night" where he went off script and it sounded a little weird, but still, he's a good singer. He's on YouTube, and, just suggesting look him up. Um, yeah, so, chatting doesn't have to be about what game we're playing. Like tomorrow I will be playing Dreamlight Valley. I'm gonna go on Dreamlight Valley today and just see if they're like doing any fun April Fool's things. Um, I think that would be a good idea is to go on there and see if there's any good April Fool's things. Um, like maybe they're gonna in the dream snap early and do it today instead of tomorrow. Or maybe there'll be a message on there saying that they're going to do that, but they're not really going to do it. I don't know. I can think of all kinds of really cool things that could happen. Um, oh yeah, that was really cool because my husband happened to have some points because, we eat out at Burger King whenever we can because they're pretty cheap. If we don't eat there, we eat at In-N-Out. Um, when we can, we eat at whatchamacallit. Oh, he also does My Heart Will Go On. I forgot about that. Um, but like when we can, we go to Panda Express, but not a paid advertisement for any of those restaurants. They're expensive. For us anyway. It's like 30 something bucks for the two of us. If inflation goes up again, it'll probably be 40 bucks. I remember when we could go to Burger King and have, like 12 bucks and get the Whopper meal for two. And we didn't mind it being small, because you can get free refills and, the fries weren't, the fries being small weren't that bad. But then we realized it wasn't really enough food. So like every time we go in there, we upgrade it to medium or large size and now, but back when we were like, we were content, spending the small amount of money that we had for that. Of course, I think that was back when, part of that was back when we got coupons. We don't always get coupons for them anymore, but we used to get coupons all the time. It was like a perk of living where we were living because we were like right around the corner from them, and it was really neat. So that is a bear house. I know, you're going, that looks more like a temple, but it's a bear house. So, there's a mama bear, and she's got twin baby bears. I kind of think that one's a boy and one's a girl. But anyway, so they go down in here, they sleep. And unlike Yogi Bear, I don't want to make it a stone floor. I made it a nice grass floor, but they're nice and warm. They're away from the cold. And, it's good for the bears. Because I was like, I was gonna put it under the ground, and then I was like, well, it's usually kind of like a cave, so it's a bear cave. Um, anyway, Grammy Patricia, who owns that building that isn't finished yet, it needs to be finished, it really does. But Grammy Patricia, she goes and she can, tell the bear shoo, and it leaves the area and quits scaring people. But if you get between mama and those cubs, you're gonna get claws. In fact, in one of my books, that's gonna be coming up eventually here, she claws Hayden because he accidentally got between the two of them. So they were being held in the ballroom here. At that time, there was this big pillar thing holding the ceiling up. Anyway, well, there's two big pillars, and Hayden was on one side and Morgan was on the other. I don't know which one's which. And then over here in some chairs was like William Cat, Angelano, later called Angel, and Kathy, and then Jake came in. Anyway, they're all tied to the chairs over here. And the bad guy wants wedding night rights with Morgan. He wants to give her that extra special kiss on her wedding night. And Hayden's over there saying, over my dead body. And, he's basically saying that can be arranged. Well, what they don't know is that Patricia is over here. And she, this is all dark. Well, actually, I think there was a light in there. I can't remember right now, but okay. There's more lights. There we go. Okay, so it's like all dark, except for it's really, really, really dark in here. Not. Oh, okay. It'll get that way when the sun goes down again. Because look, the sun's coming up. Isn't it a beautiful sunset? And this is what you can see if we wake up super early at Grammy Patricia's bed and breakfast. You see the sunrise. I think I was just going to the sunset. This is a sunrise. Anyway, so it's like, 8 or 9 at night, something like that. And what the heck? Okay. This isn't wired. This is all dark. Okay. Or is it wired? Oh, no, that's wired. Okay. How far is it wired? Oh, I am so confused. I'm going to have to fix that. Okay, anyway. So it's like all dark out here. And there's somebody. I'm going to spoil it for you. It's Grammy Patricia. Is, lurking out here watching everything happen. And I think Morgan went and saw. But anyway, somehow Hayden gets free, runs out the door, gets to about right here, and realizes Mama's that way. The twins are that way. And she goes and takes those claws and swipes them across the thighs, the top part of your legs, and gets brought back in here. I want to say Jake ends up patching him up and or maybe Alan was brought up. And yeah. So Grandma Patricia passes away at one point. You know, she's a older lady. She's in her 80s at this point. And this is where we put her. I haven't put the lilies in yet. I forgot about that. I think I forgot about that. Anyway, and then all this is going to get filled in, and then we'll put trees there too. It's supposed to kind of look like there's no building here, even though there is. And then, there's like these rooms up here. It's a bed and breakfast, so basically it's a hotel. And then up here, if I ever finish it, all I have to do is put in the lights and set them up and everything, and it'll be fine. But anyway, up here is like a private apartment for Jesse and Chantel later in their family later because they're going to own the place after Grandma Patricia goes, and they might have to spend the night. Like if there's a big snowstorm, they don't want to go down that windy road. So I was going to try to make this a short video today, and it didn't work out. I'm sorry about that. But if you made it this far, thank you. And if you skipped around and still made it this far, thank you. So I did my Tuesday stream thing, and then I ended up on here so I could do the outro, and that didn't exactly work. So, I was trying to tell you about my books because, I really want people to go on Amazon, type in Tina Rash books, and find my books. And then buy them. They're not that expensive, actually. I've only got one that's $25, and the rest of them seem to be $20. And the only reason why the one's $25 is because I'm trying to make sure that I get $5 out of each book. At least $5 out of each book. And literally, I bought one of the $20 books and one of the and the only $6 book. And I'm getting $7.30 out of it. So I was thinking if people would start buying my books, then, maybe I'd be more popular and, I'd be getting more money out of that. I do plan on doing, worthy cause stuff, like, oh, that's why. Okay. So one of the things I have set aside in my watch later list is the video for Riverdance. I was wondering why the video looked a little different. Anyway, if you need to chat, most of the time I am paying attention. I've been paying attention all day, and there hasn't been anybody, except for somebody who's humanistic. Yeah, humanistic. There you go. Frame_up71F. They're only getting a shout out because they're trying to sell viewers. So it's best viewers over here, and no. We don't do that on this channel. It feels like I'm selling people, and, first of all, I don't have permission to sell people. Second of all, I wouldn't do it if I could. I mean, even if I was told that I could get $1 billion for each person, I would not do that. There's this thing going around on the phone right now where it's supposedly the Biden-Harris administration, and they're going to give you, like, healthcare for life or something like that. And, I feel like that is not okay, because I didn't vote them. I didn't vote for them because I didn't like their politics. I especially didn't like Miss. I worked at McDonald's, and then there was no proof. Oh yeah, excuse me. I worked at McDonald's for a summer, she said. There was no proof, for one, and for two, I had to work at McDonald's to support my family. It wasn't just a little summer gig for me. And I appreciate McDonald's for giving me that opportunity, but I do not appreciate that the manager literally fired me because I couldn't speak Spanish. I was a cashier, and I got it into my head that, cashier is better than doing anything else in the restaurant. So when I was ordered to clean tables because I was a token white girl, I did not appreciate it very much. Anyway, he made me cry, and I quit. So, yeah, it wasn't okay. And I didn't know that I could probably have gone to the corporate office and um, complained about it. Because the only reason why I wasn't being used as a cashier is because I wasn't Hispanic. Although proving it might have been a different subject, but. And it makes it even harder when you don't, when you know one thing to call the person, but it's not necessarily their, uh, it's not their full name, usually. Like when you're at, when you're at the W store, that person is Nicole, that person is Mary. You don't, uh, and, this person is Jim, and this person is Michael, but you don't know any of their last names unless you know them personally already. So, like, when you need to go and complain about somebody, you end up going, uh, Jessica from the front end. And then they go and ask, well, what rank are they? You go, I don't know, some kind of supervisor? Unless you know, then you go and say, yeah, she was not an assistant manager, but like one step under that. Something like that. Anyway, she wasn't a very nice person, and she doesn't work there anymore, so who cares? But I'm still salty that I got fired for not yelling at somebody. I got written up that I did yell at somebody, but I did not. Because if I would have yelled at them, you would have heard me all the way out to automotive, and then some. Because, well, okay, so my supervisor said that I yelled at the customer, who just happened to be from corporate. And and that corporate group, and the group that he was in, stole like millions of dollars from the company, but rather than stick up for your cashier, who is nice and kind and kept customers in coming back to the store, you stick up for the guy who steals from you. Does this make sense to anybody? Because it sure don't make sense to me. And then she goes and says that I yelled at her too. And I did not. I wanted to really badly. I did. But I didn't because I wanted to keep my freaking job. It was hell, but at least I was getting paid for it. You know? I mean, I'm sure the real hell is a lot worse, but yeah. Working at the W store is not fun. Sometimes shopping there is not fun. I actually found out yesterday that the rice-a-roni section of the North Carson W store was so messed up. I went and it's the worker in me and probably the OCD part of me, place for everything in its place has to be like that, because otherwise I will forget where it is. In most cases, like I have to have my purse over there on the cat condo at the moment. Otherwise, I will forget where it is. It used to be on a table, but then we got Bobby, and she comes with a cat tree, so. So, so I was like literally standing there going, no, this one goes here, this one goes there, this one goes, yeah. And we finally figured out where the big, ginormous family size boxes went. Oh my goodness. So if I can get my hair under control, because my hair is kind of wild, and that's even after I brush it, but if I can get it, pulled back and not looking so horrible, I kind of have Merida hair from the movie Brave. Kind of have that kind of hair. Or like Anna after she just woke up. Although then they brush it and it looks a lot better. But like yesterday I brushed my hair and I pulled it back in a ponytail and it looked pretty good. Except for my sister said it looked like I didn't have too much hair on the top of my head, which is true. And it embarrasses me, but maybe next time I make this recipe, I can go and try to figure out a way to show you how I make it, so then that'll be something else I can stream. I don't make very many things, but I'm not able to make very many things, but when I do, they taste really good. So like, I would really like to be able to make my baked bean recipe, but I think I would ask my dad first if I can record that. Because it's, I want to say, okay, so I want to say it was originally a Betty Crocker recipe that my Aunt Daisy, or my dad's Aunt Daisy, so my great aunt, I guess, she adapted it, she changed it a little different, and then my dad made it, and after a while, instead of the bacon, he put in little smokies, and it tastes so good. The beef little smokies, and I make it, and it's really good too. I also make candy jams. I don't know if I can eat those anymore, but I also make candy jams. Um, I have the ability to make spaghetti, but I don't make it very often because my wrist is a little funky. Well, we're trying to get back to the house. It's the only reason why we're still in here. Oh, and of course I can make brownies out of a box mix. Usually I do the, um, uh, Duncan Hines or, can't think of the other one. Pillsbury keeps popping in my head, but it's not Pillsbury. Um, it's the other red box. Oh, Betty Crocker or Duncan Hines. I usually do one of those two if I'm making a cake or if I'm making brownies. And, um, and I can make those really, really well. I know, you're saying it's a box mix, how can you screw up? But somehow my mother-in-law manages just fine. I don't know how. I'm like, I just followed the recipe. Okay, so, uh, okay. I also play Dreamlight Valley, Backgammon, Roblox, Zoo Tycoon, Disneyland Adventures, GTA 5 Online, Forza Horizon 5. I used to play Fortnite, Star Wars, Battlefront 2, but I don't play those anymore because they hurt my wrist. Because a lot of the guns you have to go and press the right trigger a lot. It hurts. Um, but I do play Golf with Your Friends, Pac-Man, Museum, Pull Blitz. Well, I used to play Pull Blitz. It drives me nuts, so I will play it again. It's just it cheats. Wheel of Fortune, Jeopardy. There's a new one, Bible Trivia. And again, please like, share, comment, subscribe, notification bell, follow, chat, watch my videos, watch my streams. Um, we're not quite done yet. I'm sorry, I wasn't going to include all this stuff in here, but since we were doing it, I wasn't going to include all this Minecraft stuff because it's Tuesday, so it's Backgammon, Roblox, Zoo Tycoon, which I did. I did that. Um, but see, usually my streams start at 8 o'clock and end at 11 or noon. And, I needed to finish the time. Uh, Unfortunately, though, I've been going and taking the video and just adding it as is. So I think, the much longer videos are not helping my channel that much. Some people like them, though. I think that's really cool. So I don't know how, but I'm back down to 99 followers again. And that probably means that some people unsubscribed or something. So, I need 200 followers. And I need, like I said, I need an average of 3 chatters at the moment. And then I'll need, and, I'll need like, a video where I have, ew, that looks like it would hurt. All he's doing is kneeling down, but the way he's doing it, it just looks like it hurts. And since he's a dancer, that's probably not a good thing. So that's Penelope's. That's a gas station. That's Spy Biz. That's the pirate store. These are 2 random buildings. I have no idea what they are. Paintball, airsoft shop, and the shop's in the middle with a snack bar. Hello? Oh, that's the bar. That's the Chinese food restaurant. That building back there was the high school. The shooting range. And then again, this is the airsoft field. It's going to have trees and stuff just like the other. I thought I filled that in. This better not be corrupt. I will be so angry. Yeah, and I thought I did that over there too. Anyway, this is important because the day Sean proposes to his love, they come here beforehand because he wanted a day to talk to the guys about how to propose. But this is inspired by a it didn't have that many trees actually, but there's a place near South Lake Tahoe, um along the 50, I think, or maybe it's off the 50, but anyway, there's a place that you can play airsoft. It had some trees and it didn't look like it had very much cover, like trees. But that's what that was inspired by. I could have sworn I did the other side. Oh my goodness. Like I said, if this got corrupted, I'm gonna be mad. Yeah, our pirate store is in the shape of a pirate ship. But I did that because I thought it would be really cool to see. That's a dense forest. You can't see the other side. And it really looks like that, but But anyway, me and my husband always wanted to open up an airsoft shop in South Lake Tahoe because there's like nothing for kids to do up there but go to the park or go to school. So they had like a baby carnival. It had like 3 rides. No, it must have had more than that. It had like, I don't know, 3 to 5 rides maybe, and it had this big old slide. It was like the super slide, but like super scary. The super slide at the carnival, but like scary because it had a bunch of plywood where you walked. You were like, well, while you were going up there, you were imagining that it was going to fall through. It was not okay. And I'm afraid of heights anyway, so. Well, I'm afraid of falling from the height. I'm not actually afraid of the height. I'm just afraid of falling from it. I found that out in South Lake Tahoe because I was working as a a maid. I think a maid. The one that goes in and cleans the rooms after you're done sleeping in them. Um, I was working as that. Didn't happen for very long because I cannot do that. I'm not that good. Well, I'm not that fast. I like to get it right. I don't like to just, kind of like clean it with a um thing real quick and be done. So they'd get mad at me. I was supposed to do like 14 rooms in one 8-hour day. That was not happening. Um, but it was cool because you got lunch for free. But yeah, I just couldn't keep up, so we both agreed I needed to go elsewhere. So I ended up going to McDonald's. But I think they were getting mad at me because I had it in my head, I'm a cashier. I'm better than that. I don't need to be cooking fries and how are you supposed to get used to serving food when it's the off season when nobody taught you the difference between the wrappers? You know, Nobody has ever shown me that when I was working at a McDonald's, so I just stopped working there. Of course, I'm not doing that now because my hair likes to get in everything. I've got like flyaway hair, so like even when I have it pulled back in a ponytail, it seems to have a mind of its own. So anyway, not the point here. Wow, I got 6 minutes to get there. Yeah, I share way too much when I talk. So yeah, as soon as we get over there, we're gonna park the car, we're gonna end the video. And then I'm gonna start up another one so we can go to Dreamlight Valley and see if there's anything happening. I don't think there's gonna be, but what if there is? Oh, and that thing over there was supposed to turn green. It's a gas station. That's why we go over there. We stop for a minute. We put gas in the car and continue on our way. So in one of the books, that same one where Ashley is pregnant with 6 babies at once. They keep. Oh, no, 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 no. That got started before then. But, yeah, okay, so no. In Lessons in Love, that's the next book after The Island. In Lessons in Love, somebody keeps taking Sean's truck and taking a knife to the tires, keying part of it, he or they we don't know if it's male or female. I'm gonna have to work on that because right now I know exactly who it is, and I don't want to write it that way. I want to write it like you don't know who it is. So anyway, somebody keeps taking his truck and like they'll go and take a knife or their keys, whatever, and put a heart with an A in it on the door, or and slash the tires. And the final time it was they keyed it, they slashed the tires, they busted every single light in the truck, and anyway, every single time it gets put on these cylinders or whatever they're called. Yeah, I can't think of what they're called. Blocks. That's what it is. These 4 blocks here. So, yeah. Then he goes in the house every single time, and the first couple of times, William is in the living room, and he's reading the newspaper, and he goes and asks, how did your date go? Because he was out with Karen or Tracy or, whoever. Oh, yeah, okay. Hold on, I'll show you where to. Okay. So, William likes sitting in this seat, and Sean likes sitting in this seat. But in this case, William was sitting here, Sean was sitting here, and they're both staring at Ashley's door, which you would not be able to see. Because in my head, it's a whole different thing than what actually happens in reality. So, like, in my head, Ashley's door was over here. So I either need to write that in where, the door changed sides or something. But anyway, so he comes home and he goes and explains that somebody slashed his tires and blah, 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 blah. Well, the last time, nobody was there. Why? I don't have any idea why I did this. That's weird. Anyway, see, you can sit here. Because this is my add-on. And you can go upstairs in the elevator. You have to be in flight mode to go upstairs in the elevator. And you can come over here and sit on this couch and watch TV. But, yeah. So, oh, and on the other side of that wall is the garage. Oh, yeah. Okay, so I finally figured out something. Finally. Or did I? Thought I did. Okay. Oh, that's the other one. Okay. So, yeah, that's the other one. I'll have to show another time. But, yeah, in my Just Because world, um, you can actually go from, you can actually go from the towers into the house. That's what I was trying to show you. Okay, so this originally was Ashley's room, and that's Ashley's bed, but eventually that's Daisy and Michael's room. And at one point, um, okay, at one point, this is Daisy's room when she's a baby, and then her sister Lily gets born, and she's in this room too, and her sister Rose gets born, and she's in here also. But before those two are born, this is Jonah's room, and then Daisy's in here uh, later after she gets born. So that'll all make sense when you read the books, because then you'll know who these people are. This is Sean and Ashley's room. Is there a light switch? Yes, there is. Okay. This is Sean and Ashley's room. And there's supposed to be a TV right here, and I neglected to put it in. But anyway, and that's a computer and a chair. There's supposed to be like, microwave, a microwave on a microwave table, and a refrigerator, and washer and dryer, and, all that fun stuff. This is supposed to be a bathroom. How did I do that? Oh my goodness. Well, anyway, I can go and fix that as soon as I can. And then later, this is Jonah's room. The older Jonah's room. This is Jonah Pendragon, who belongs to Sean and Ashley. This is Jonah Castle, who is the son of Jake that I told you about earlier. And then this is... Well, that would be Raphael's room, but that doesn't make any sense. Because, okay, Raphael's supposed to be on the second floor and Pepper's on the third floor, or vice versa. And, okay, so I don't remember who's here. Maybe that's Michelangelo's room. I don't know. Okay, so, the only names that I really liked, I know this does not make any sense. Oh, this is William and Kat's room. What the heck? I can guarantee you I did not put it that way. Anyway, the only Italian names that I liked, Morgan and Hayden's room. The bathroom, men's bathroom, or guy's bathroom, girl's bathroom, ladies' room, whatever you want to call it. Jesse and Chantel. And I know this looks really weird, but William and Hayden. William likes green and Hayden likes blue, or possibly vice versa. Anyway, we are going to end this now. Oh, after I say, okay, so the only Italian names I really liked were, oddly enough, Leonardo, Donatello, Michelangelo, and Raphael. Yes, they're the name of the Ninja Turtles. But I like those names. Uh, so, so I decided, okay, I can't have, like, all those names. I mean, I have all those names, but I made it a generational thing. Um, Raphael is the dad. Leonardo is his kid, who, uh, oh, he married Bianca, I think, but she may have a different name. Um, no, I think he married Jessica. I'll have to look it up. Anyway, yeah, I married Jessica because their kid's grandpa was Raphael and Jesse. So, yeah. Okay, so anyway, Raphael's got another kid. Um, Named Leonardo. Maybe it was Leonardo and Jessica. Anyway, one of Raphael's kids marries Jessica, and so the grandparents are Raphael and Jesse. But anyway, and then okay, so that's Raphael, Leonardo. Um, yeah, Raphael, Leonardo. And then I think Leonardo has Michelangelo. And then Michelangelo's kid is Donatello. So, yeah. Um, those were the only names I liked, so I'm like, I'm gonna use them, but yeah, I just hope the Ninja Turtle people don't get uh, upset at me or or can somehow sue me. That would be really bad. So yeah, I'm gonna end the stream now. I'm sorry it was such a long stream, and I will see you in the next stream or video, which hopefully won't be so long.